as I say, give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? Sir? Sir?
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? I need patch notes. I'm desperate for patch notes. I'm gagging for patch notes. There's an empty hole in my throat meant to be filled with patch notes. I just need them. You need them what you want. You can't get them till Friday. What a tease. What is this one? What is this one? An item level 100 item with a perfect Eldritch implicit modifier. So just one side on any item. Yeah, I don't know about that card. Any item that could have an Eldritch. But perfect is the highest tier. And like, that's great and all. But
just need a moment to catch my breath.
it's great and all, but like, what good is it if it's on a shit base? I mean, uncrafted, unlinked. I mean, maybe, early some like gloves and boots you might pick up. Can we filter those? Can we filter those? I don't know.
Just in time.
No, because they're cards. You can't filter them. They're not going to drop on the floor. They're cards. That's going to be so unlikely to be anything good. Like, it could. You could list a long list of things that could be really, really good to come from that card. Right? But like, what are the chances though? What are the chances though? Seems slim.
Thus I release you from motherhood's rage.
It's garbage, right? It feels garbage. But also, why did my restream bot not? What the hell? Okay. Space duck shirt for league start? Maybe. Maybe. Who knows?
Just in time.
Gonna be frost blades. Yeah, I can see that. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Cool. Off we go.
Keep your wits about you.
You are.
Yeah, what was I doing? Ah, I was getting that, and then going in here. Next wipe is early December.
Just need a
December
moment to
8th.
catch my breath.
New season start. I don't know, I'd call it a wipe. Nothing really gets wiped. I don't think like all your old characters go to all your in-league characters move to standard, and all your stash and all your currency and everything moves to standard on like the 5th or whatever. But new season start on the 8th, of which we know the name and that's it. But in 2.5 days time or something, we're gonna know way more. We're gonna know way more. I'm waiting on it. Make the Google sheet for the mechanics yet? No, I keep forgetting. You just want to use mine? I mean, I need to use one I can control. Right. And if I want to stop everyone from editing it, can I do that? Are they gonna nerf Raptor's Fire? I doubt it. Oh, hello, tanky man. What are you? Why are you so tanky? Everything else in the world has died instantly. The fuck do you think you are? Okay. No, Diggs is just very, very negative. I'm gonna hold out hope. But I also don't want any nerfs. I want buffs. I want 3 pages of buffs to weird shit. Like shit that we would not consider running normally. I want like 3 pages of buffs to that. That's what I want. Want's a strong word. I don't know if that's what's gonna happen, but it's what I want. Wide sweeping nerfs ever again? I don't know about ever again. I don't know about ever again, but I think if ever again, it'll be part of large patches and like reworks and whatnot, not just randomly in a league, because it really shit people off a lot. My favorite way of patching / balancing the game is what PoE used to do. No one has ever done it as good as PoE did it 4 or 5 years ago. I'd go as far as to say in any game or in any game genre. Because it used to be one league with very little changes, just some minor balance patches, mostly working on like end game stuff. And then the next league, the top like 10 or 15 skills absolutely gutted. Every fucking skill nearly that wasn't in the top 15 list. Huge buffs. Huge buffs, huge mechanical changes, number changes, everything, all over everything. And you just sit there and go, well, fuck, everything I knew was good is now shit, and everything I knew was shit is now maybe good. And good luck, everybody. Have fun. Fucking loved it. Loved that.
Just in time.
And you had like 2 days to figure it out. Yeah, and Path of Building didn't exist. We just had Emmett's offline skill tree planner, so there wasn't even really figuring it out. There was just 2 days to have your best guess, and then good luck. It was fucking great. I loved it.
You have found be well.
I don't think that they ever do something like that again.
Hello.
Balance is a power grid with 10 times higher than it currently is. No, because they nerf all the strongest things and buff all the weakest things. Ooh. Okay, my build got nerfed. Back I'll build a wait, I've got nerfed too. And so on until honestly you're 6 build behind. That's steep. I am not even sure that that's entirely true. I think I also feel the same way Diggs feels, which is why I'm doing this private league thing. But I don't think that applies to everything. Everyone. I've just been playing for so long. I'm way better. People who were this good back then also felt the same way. I just wasn't one of them.
So,
I think we've always been way in front and way more powerful than we need to be. And good players know how to do that. And newer players or bad players don't know how to do that. But that's like... Is there a Discord for Baylor? Exclamation mark Discord. Right there. There is no in front. It's just the same. Except you're in front of everyone all the time. Every race you ever run is going to look the same if you're in first place all the time. It's just you running on an empty track. Hence, private league. What's it like being the only Australian PoE streamer? Theoretical, because I'm absolutely not. Possible this time? Eventually hexblast mines, but there's no point in practicing hexblast mines. Not an Australian. I'm just not the only Australian. There are so many. there's such a bigger list than just me, Mathel, and Ziggy. Steel,
Just need a moment
to start with.
my breath.
I mean, he might have moved to Ziz, but he's Australian. And he's been living in Australia his whole life up until like pretty fucking recently. Then there's Sergog. Badger, if he counts still. I always forget people's names. There's two girls that I host sometimes that are on after me that are Australian. There's Amy. There's Grimro. There's Pi when she still plays. Did I say Slippery? Slippery lives like 10 minutes away from me. Hey, bud, fucking stand still. Dan does a yearly stream sometimes. That's right, Dan. We'll rarely, if ever, meet up. I've met Slippery Jim 3 times. Once we went and got burgers near here, and twice was in Auckland. They all really hit it off then. He's alright. I don't mind him. Like 10 minutes away and we only see each other in other countries. I mean, it happens, right? I might have also met Pi more in Auckland than in Australia. Maybe? And I'm good friends with her. I once met somebody who lived 15 minutes away from me here in Queensland on the subway in New York City.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
There's a higher chance of meeting streamers at home in Auckland than there is in the AU. No, it was just that both of those times were ExileCon, right? Okay, ExileCon, that's why. That was for me. I was at a bar and I was like, hey, this person? I was like, yeah, and then we hung out the rest of the night. I forget the dude's name, but I hung out with him in New York City for like the whole day. Just me and that dude hung out for like the whole day in New York City. Just fucking losing our minds. that we lived within a 5-minute drive of each other. We'd never met each other before. We didn't know each other. We just heard we each heard another Australian accent on the subway that we were on. Like on the and we were like, hey, cool. I'm going to go just for the duration of this trip. I'm going to go sit with the other Australian. And I was like, yeah, all right, we'll do that. And then we got to talking and we got to talking about where we lived, and we just kept getting more and more specific. And the other person was like, yep, me too. And eventually we gave each other our actual addresses, like down to the street number. And we were just like, hold the fuck on. That's around the corner. We're in New York City. What the fuck is happening? Ran into an ex-girlfriend from my high school in a tiny town in Central America. Yeah. Are there any New Zealanders who play this game, or do they just make it? I know a ton of New Zealanders who play the game. Do we know any New Zealand streamers? Does New Zealand want to claim Quinn? All right, so Quinn. Who else is? Are there any other Kiwi streamers?
My bride has arrived, exile. I hope you brought a wedding gift.
Chris Carmody does league reveals. No, because that's still a developer.
Arakali. Death is the true climax of perverted lust. Many an art.
I'm struggling to think of PoE
You hear that?
New Zealand streamers. I had a long list of Australian streamers. Surely there are more. Surely there's more than Quinn. Is that really putting your best foot forward, New Zealand?
Local. Come here.
Is New Zealand tiny? I mean, depends on what your definition of tiny is. I mean, all of New Zealand is basically the same size as the state of Queensland, but we listed 3 Queensland streamers.
Good find, Exile. Good find, Exile.
Like, it's not huge,
Good find, Exile.
but it's also like where the game was made. So like, you would think that the location, like proximity, would lead to at least a little bit higher. I don't know if isn't fucking New York like one of the most dense places? Twitch chat, come on. Do the thing. Say hello back. So rude. Yeah, okay. It's just a city like everything else. According to the census, New York City has 8.8 million people. It's just a city like everywhere else. The second biggest city in all of the United States is Los Angeles with 3.8 mil. Less than half. New York isn't just a city like everywhere else. It's so fucking dense. Like, it's way, way higher populated than anywhere else. I don't think that's the place to compare to. I'm sorry, do they only have under 800 square kilometers for 8.8 million people? How do they even fit? Never mind, I've been to New York, I know the answer. On top of each other. The answer's on top of each other. They all fit on top of each other. They're built up. Yeah, right. You're right. You're right. It's on top. The answer's on top. I don't even know if they would all fit shoulder to shoulder on the ground level all at once.
Be careful.
8.8 million people in 800 square kilometers is fucking insane. That's so dense. That's so dense. Pyroclast viable? Yeah, Pyroclast is, at least leveling wise, Pyroclast is disgustingly fantastic. It is still pretty good in maps, but it is eclipsed by hexblast mines once you've got the things that make hexblast mine work. You mean to swap to match the hexblast? Well, maybe not in maps. It'll just be whenever I get the things required for it to be smooth and good. Which is basically only two things. You need two things for hexblast to be really good. A version of curse on hit that either comes from a ring or a glove implicit, or that one unique mace or whatever it is that has a curse on hit, and a profane proxy ring. Because it needs to interact with curses in certain ways. So until you've got both of them, you just stay Pyroclast Mine. And as soon as you've got a curse on hit and a profane proxy, you're off to play Hexblast Mines instead. Why do I need that at all? Exclamation last night should be a clip. That was great. I made it. I put a marker down, and I have this like I get home and I have this like feeling where if I don't start streaming, I feel guilty, like I'm wasting my time. So instead of working on videos or pulling out shorts or doing other stuff, I just start streaming again. I'm meditating. Mine's last gameplay. Yeah. Nowadays, mine's really just play like any other skill because you don't set it up so that you have to do like long chains or anything. You just put detonate on left click and call it a day. Just go about your business. That you're reading numbers wrong. Oh, per. No. 11,300 per square kilometer. 29,000 per square mile. Those are very different measurements. Either way, 11,000 per square kilometer is an insane number. Insane. Like actually insane. Food filter link, exclamation mark filter. That should work. FLTER. Okay, I don't know why that. Oh, because it's right there. It's on a cooldown, so if like 6 people use it once, it doesn't spam it. I mean, you can just read this. You don't have to convert it. They just put both the miles and kilometers there on the wiki. So you can just, instead of trying to convert it, you can just read the kilometer one. I knew that New York was packed. I knew that it was like the largest city in US. What I didn't realize was that we'd be looking at 11,000 people per, like persons per square kilometer in the first place, New York, and then second place 3,000. Literally a third the density in the second place, which is Los Angeles. That is such a huge drop from first to second. Oh wait, that's not even in order. That's in order. Oh right, that's in order of total population, not density. That's just total population order. What's the density order? Oh, it's pretty dense in Jersey still. There's just not nearly as many people. What's insane is how quick that drops under 2 mil. Means most Australian cities are bigger than American cities. Yeah, but they're also way further away. It's because in between our one city and our other city, they would have 4 others. By density instead of by density, like instead of by population, but by density. There's 2 cities in Jersey. San Francisco, Boston. Daly City? I don't even know what that is. I don't even think I've ever heard of that. Oh, because it's real fucking small. It just also is real small. I don't know why this one's in red. Drops so quick. First place with 8.8 million or 8.3. Second place 3.8, 2.6, 2.3, 1.6. Australia as a whole has 3 people per square kilometer. America has 31. Yo, I don't like people. I don't like people. That's too many people. That's actually too many people. Even the least dense cities have too many people. Crazy. Is Ice Trap still viable? I would like to argue. Yeah, by the way, yes, some Bone Zone person lose their nut over this 5 link while we were leveling. 1 Regal and a flat craft, please. This is my weapon till red maps. Bye. Unregal and hope for not flat fizz. Well, not a low flat fizz. If you gave you a flat fizz equal to or greater than the craft, you'd be real happy because then you could put attack speed on it.
Just need a moment to catch my breath. How many cities at the top of that list? I wonder what Australia's list looks like. Hang on. List of Australia's cities by population. Yo, this same Wikipedia link, but for Australia, it doesn't even have densities listed. Oops. It's just got Sydney 5 mil, Melbourne 5 mil, Brisbane 2.6, Perth 2.2, Adelaide 1.4. Didn't realize Adelaide was that big. Then a 400, a 200, and a 150. Is that all the cities you have? Yeah. I'd like to mention that we've got the same amount of landmass you've got. We're just not separated into fucking 50 different states and 200 cities for no reason. I mean, I guess the cities is a pretty good reason. There's way too many people there. I'm not even really sure I understand why we have different states. Or why that's important at all to have. But I have no idea what the message should be. Any ideas? No. What was the free-for-all on the map description? I'm sorry, was there one that said free-for-all and I missed it? Hang on. Control-Shift-D. I don't see that. Oh, this. Right, you're talking about that. Right, that's loot allocation for party play. You can have permanent allocation, short allocation, or free-for-all. I always just play in free-for-all. In a big giga driving sims. Do you mean like the big, like it really looks like the inside of a truck simulator?
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Holy shit. Huh. For just a second, I was like, has he given me the wrong link? This just looks like some dude racing a car. Okay, sure.
Play dead. Good doggy.
Oh, why am I clearing this? I'm doing the thing. I'm doing the thing. Sometimes I get a little distracted by leveling and I just start clearing a zone like it's a map instead of going to where I know the exit should be.
the Enel, so you have to go again. That makes it even crazier. That looks so good. What the fuck? Jesus, look at it.
Exile. Be careful.
That makes Stormbrand uber viable. I don't think I'd play Stormbrand if I had that, but I'd play something if I had that. How did I not visit the place I was supposed to visit in here?
Give it.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
This is a transition in hexblast. Yes.
Poor Tolman.
This is how you would level hexblast. It's quite good, but not quite as good as hexblast.
See you.
Good to see these out. I was Talakora.
Good. It's a. Tell me something. Any chance you might be willing to join?
Super thing needs 4 uniques to swap to CF. No, it doesn't. It absolutely does not. I would really want hemophilia gloves, but you definitely don't need them.
I'm wrong. Don't eat the mushrooms.
Other than that, what else is
I'll
there?
sing
What do you need? For CF? Nothing. Oh no, I don't even think I've ever used that. I've made many CF builds. I don't even think I've ever used that. It can't be a necessity, that's for sure. I don't even know what it does. Isn't that the helmet where if you use a fire damage thing, you become immune to... it's gold room at home. Yeah, that's nothing. That's not relevant. That is not an important part of... That is not at all an important part of any Corrupting Fever build. Is the guide you're looking at just telling you to put it in there because it's +2? It's just a 4-link. +2, it's good. Just practicing the SRS build, can't decide if I want to do that or hexblast this league. Have you played the SRS before? The reason I'm picking hexblast over SRS is that I have now played SRS like 5 times. I think you can get double implicits as well. Yeah, no, I mean, it absolutely could be a good thing. Like, plus levels is great. Plus levels is fantastic. But to think that you would need that helmet to play Corrupting Fever, that doesn't make sense. Because it's not at all, it doesn't mechanically do anything. It's just a +2 level 4-link. She's got a cold iron point on her helm, hemophilia gloves, and a mark of submission ring just for the swap. Cold iron point? What the fuck is he playing to apply it? What's he using to apply Corrupting Fever? He's using a cold iron point. What offense setup do you use for clear with Toxic Rain totems? Well, I never play Toxic Rain. If I'm going to play Toxic Rain, I'm actually playing Caustic Arrow and I just have Toxic Rain totems. I just play a Caustic Arrow build because it's way more fun. And you just have Toxic Rain totems for single target. I personally, despite it being relatively strong, never enjoy playing Toxic Rain. Anytime I go and play Toxic Rain, I'm just like, this is so fucking boring. Even though it can be strong enough and whatnot, like it's not like, oh shit build, it's just so fucking boring. What does the best in-slot weapon for hexblast look like? You're overestimating how much I know about this build. I'm currently following other people's guides. Here's Val Reap for the 1 version. I hate everything about this. I have Val Reap for the 1 version as well. Because there's realistically only a 5-link that you can put in that's efficient for Corrupting Fever, and so in that same link you can put a Val Reap and only use it for single target, which will also apply the Corrupting Fever. You just get the Reap dot on top of it.
Good find, Exile.
KB for mapping and Reap a single target. Yep. KB all of the time. Reap is just there to kill bosses. That's it. And it still applies the corrupting fever. Reap also applies corrupting fever. It's just like extra dot. That's all.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Hate corrupting fever with a passion. See, I don't hate it at all, but it doesn't have a 6th link, and that makes it really fucking awkward.
Just in time.
It's also really weird that it doesn't have a 6th link.
Just
It makes scaling it so annoyingly hard.
Just in time.
Just doesn't have one. Just doesn't have one because the gems don't exist. Yeah, there's no 6th support gem for it that's any good. Spill, keep CF and a full length helmet to get plus levels for a total of 6. Yeah, that makes sense. Because even the 5th support is only like half useful.
Talakora.
What is it? See you. What is it? See you.
You can do enhance. I usually do, if I remember correctly, I think it's anomalous increased duration is normally my 6th link, because it gives me a longer time without the buff falling off, so I have to micromanage it less. And the anomalous part comes with a reduced life and mana cost of skill, so it becomes like easier to cast and easier to keep up, but it does nothing for the damage. It's just a utility link. Like it actually just does nothing. Efficacy, brutality. Yep. Empowers the. Empowers really good, but technically less duration would make it do more damage, but It's like uptime is already awkward. I honestly couldn't suggest enough waiting for patch notes to pick your build. Anything could happen. I'm not locked into this. This is just temple run for PoE players. That's all this is. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-na-na, ba-na-ba. Ooh. Does apply if you get arcane surge from other sources. Yes. If you have the arcane surge buff, that will make your traps and mines and totems do more damage. But I can't get like arcane surge on hit or anything like that. I'd have to get it through a different method. But also, it doesn't even come with more spell damage anymore, so it's kind of a shit buff. Oh, for Corrupting Fever. No, it's not spell damage.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Just a physical damage over time. It's not even a bleed. You can't even scale it with bleeds. You scale it with like global fizz, damage over time, global damage, and like physical damage over time, multi damage over time, multi, those sort of things. It's tagged with a spell. Yeah, I mean, it is, but it isn't. It's tagged with a spell the same way a Herald is tagged with a spell, because it needs to be tagged with a spell so you can cast it. But the actual damage from it isn't a spell and doesn't scale with spell damage. think you referred to is life tap for the 6? I think so, yeah. Because it already costs you life. But at least life tap is a damage buff. Or is it efficacy? I think efficacy is the half support. Because half of it is duration damage, which works, and half of it is spell damage, which doesn't. Is that right? I'd have to look it up to be sure.
I like money, please.
So glad to have found your stream the other day.
Hey, Salbeam TV. Thank you very much for the tip. Very much appreciate it.
Yugal, remember, humanity needs...
Not much works with Corrupting Fever. Yep, that's its problem. That's why it's not played very much. That's why a lot of people don't like it. Is there's just no ways to scale it.
Don't do anything.
It doesn't scale with anything. It doesn't even have 5 support gems to go in a 6 link.
Stay out of the shadows.
Like it's just so bad in the way it's supported. Five link 6 is in power. Nope, your 5th link is in power. In fact, life tap is the one you can't use. Now that I remember, it would technically work. Technically, life tap would work, but if you put it on every single build, it will cost more life than you have to cast, and you'll lose the ability to cast it. Yeah, your 6th link is a completely different skill. And you run with 2 5 links because there is no 6th link for it. It's actually a very just unsupported skill, basically. Or if you're me, your 6th link is item rarity support. Oh wait, this is a Twitch stream? I mean, it's also a YouTube stream. I'm in both places. I can read your comments from both places. I'm everywhere. And by everywhere, I mean only these 2 places because I just don't think I want the audience of people at Kick at all. Just at all. I'm just... Who does Kick have? People who like Andrew Tate. I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna get on very well there. You don't want the 5 people on Kick? Oh no. It's actually getting quite a bit bigger. It's not the amount of people on Kick, probably worth it. Is the quality of the person on Kick that I don't want.
Allow your wisdom to be tempered by the flames of the past.
How many times an hour do you think somebody would complain about my painted nails if I streamed on Kick? Fucking a lot would be my guess. Often. The alt styles, anything like that. I don't know, man. I don't have any faith in Kick. I don't have any faith in the audience of Kick because of the people who are really popular at Kick. The people who are really popular on Kick are not people I would want to be associated with, not people I'd want to hang out with. And if there are people around that look up to those sort of people, I don't want you here either. Maybe it's possible that I am harshly judging the entire website based on the top people, but I really don't like them. I really don't like them at all. Also, what the fuck is that bucket you were drinking out of? It's my water bottle. It's the size of my entire head. It's my water barrel. Rip. It's my water barrel. I like that. I'm going to be calling it my water barrel from now on. I'm stealing that. Yeah, nah, water barrel is so much better because it's so close to water bottle, right? Like it's so close that if I mumbled it a little bit and you weren't quite paying attention, you might miss it.
My breath.
I'm the first one to get to Linares Temple too. We've not been doing a lot of practice in this little practice league. I got distracted by the new TFT set coming out. Alright. Yo, what am I doing? Congrats, thank you. The PoE category on Kick has 1,135 followers. One dude is streaming it, has 2 current viewers. uh, uh. The only time I've actually I actually looked into Kick quite a lot because I try to see like every opportunity with an open mind. And I have to say, if and this is magic, if I could bring all my normal Twitch views and all my normal Twitch subs and have them just exist on Kick, I would personally make about 3 times as much money and not have to work. No extra people.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I'm not doing it. There's no chance. I'm not gonna, that's not a thing. But that's how much more money you make on Kick than Twitch. Of course, the big magic there is that your numbers would stay the same size, which they absolutely would not. No offense, I'd still never go there. Oh, I'm not going there. I would expect 95% of my audience would just not do it. Like half of my Twitch chat is filled up with the alphabet mafia who's just almost not welcome on Twitch. Like on Twitch, on Kick. Like there's no reason to go over. It's not. This is just not. It's just not the place. No dance, no romance. If somebody was leveling Cold Dot right now, they'd be real happy. That is a nice Cold Dot shield. 80% cold damage, a little bit of energy shield, good amount of life, 1 res, room for another res. Huge. Those little things. Yep. And you've got some pretty good options too. Occultist, I think, is a long-term option more than a league start option. Elementalist, if you want like 6 to 8 mil and solid defenses. And Trickster, if you want closer to 3 mil instead of 6 mil, but way, way better defenses.
Mate.
Like real tanky. So there's some good options with Cold Dot.
Don't do anything I would.
Hello.
Dance with me.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Was an awesome new MTX Extreme Frost. True. We attempted to do a trickster with occultist display. I don't think League starting occultist cold dot is the play. I think you League start elementalist cold dot. You change into occultist later with much better gear. Much better gear and a plan. And all the practice still no damage? Nah. Nope. If I found one in one of the practice runs, I'd practice changing early with a blasphemy just to see how it actually plays. But I suspect the answer's awkward and not worth.
Solaris, Lunaris. Eclipse cold pride, flaming rage, and pass beyond this human age.
Oh, I can't wear that. I don't have enough strength. Never mind. That's my favorite boss. I love that zone. Really?
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Just trying to think if there's maybe a better build for Group Self-Found than Expedition Harvest. Harvest then. RF Chieftain. I mean, there's a ton of different options. Better is subjective, but you can definitely do it all as Righteous Fire quite easily. You sure he's just chilling? He is. I've said it before. This is just Temple Run. This is just the equivalent of Temple Run in the background.
Good
Alright? If I play God of Weapons for 6 hours, 13 people will show up. And it'll be a boring stream. So we play PoE so that everybody shows up. But really it's just chatting stream with some PoE stuff in the background. Because you're all like ADD as fuck. And if I don't put gameplay on in the background, it feels weird for you to be here. Get distracted easy. Now, the way I said that made it sound super judgmental, but as a viewer, I would do exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing.
You can.
Oh, you must have been.
Did you turn the 8-ball on? I never turned the 8-ball on.
The dark goodbye.
I am scattered Celerim.
The nightmare my sister killed, tortured yet unbroken.
Good time for run in the background. This comfy and help push through the awkward. Yes. Yes. No, I get it. It doesn't need defending. Like the way I realized at the end of my description that it like sounded judgmental, but it's exactly how I behave too. Like before I spent all day, every single day streaming forever, I used to watch a ton of Ziz. I still catch it occasionally when I can. I just don't have time. But was my favorite streamer. But if he was playing another game, I felt bad about it a little bit, but I still didn't click it. I'd just go down the list to the next person. If someone else is playing PoE, who would have been my second choice. And if they're not on third choice, and if they're not on fourth choice, and if they're not on fifth choice. And if I run out of choices, I'll go to the PoE directory and look for someone I've heard of that maybe I haven't watched before. And if I don't find anyone there, I'll just close Twitch and go do something else. So it's not judgmental.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
You more, and that's because I was still here playing PoE while they're off playing other games, right? Like that's how it works. You just work your way down the list. It's just how PoE is. The funny thing though, about how that list works is where like you just go down the list looking for PoE streamers until you find the PoE streamer you like the most who's left in the PoE bracket. The funniest part about that is it keeps happening to the entire PoE audience, even after the audience themselves have stopped playing PoE. Even after you as the viewer stopped playing a month ago and you were done with the league and you're playing other games, you still only log into PoE streams. I do it too. I'm not judging. It's just really funny. You're like, I don't want to play that anymore. I'm bored of this league now. I'm going to go do something else. My favorite streamer isn't playing PoE. I'm going to go look for someone else.
Not all murders are equal.
Okay, I'm feeling really attacked now. It's just how it works. It's just how it is. I never really thought of that, but it's so true. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just how we are. It's just, that's the PoE audience. Is when you're done with PoE for the league, even if you're like, that was a really boring league, I'm done. You still don't want to watch people play other games. You want to go play other games, but you don't want to watch people play other games. What were you saying about using Winterbrand for Cold Dot the other day? Just that it's a really good leveling tool. Wintertide Brand is really, really good, like in the first half of the campaign. Like it's a really, really, really good way to level it. It's unfortunate that Wintertide Brand doesn't really hold up as a thing you can play, because brands are shit, but it levels real good. That was pretty sick. You know, I've seen that, and I don't want to say it looked unintended, because that makes it sound like it's a bug. But I don't mean it's a bug, but I do mean it looks unintended. Like it looks like someone just didn't think about it working that way. But everything's working exactly how it's described. It just looks like something that was maybe overlooked. It looks really good. Huge.
You did it.
Have you ever heard much of the Marraketh legends? Until next time.
Success is not that bad. DPS from level 18 gems, 19 maybe. I think they were 18, but I didn't like watch the whole VOD. I just like skipped through things. But no, it looked pretty good to me. It definitely looks like something that was like overlooked. Like it doesn't look intentional. But also when you read everything about how it's working, It all works exactly as written. So I don't think it's a bug. I just don't think anyone thought, hey, what happens if you do all this together? Which is peak PoE when you think about it. Right? Like, that is peak PoE when you think about it.
Goodbye.
Is the VOD on YouTube yet? I don't know.
Be careful.
I had a quick trip through it on Twitch just because somebody had mentioned it. I don't know if it's ended up on YouTube yet. I didn't see it this morning in my timeline, field, bit, whatever that was, but that doesn't mean it wasn't there. Which mines does this run? The plan would be to be hexblast mine eventually, but you can't start with hexblast mine. So this is pyroclast mine, which I think is the best option in the campaign until you can do hexblast.
Smart one, Exile.
Hello. Keep your eyes sharp.
This was SRS. It wasn't even SRS. Not really. Yeah, it was Guardian's chunky boy. I guess SRS was a pretty significant amount of the damage on actual Eater and X-Arch. But it's not how he got there in 6 hours. That's the chunky boy. The chunky boy is what got him there in 6 hours. SRS was basically just single target in that build. So they're nerfing him?
Just need a moment to catch
know.
my breath.
Oh, yeah, spell slinger Sabo. What the fuck? Just PoE things, I guess. Daughter.
Rest, my child. Be free from the torments of...
I think we'll do for a new spell / attack.
You killed Shikari.
There's so many bad spells and attacks. How about we don't put in new ones? We just rework old ones so they're good. There's no reason to bloat my spell list. Just make the ones that we've already got but can't use better. Right, Booth. but odds are that's just +1 leave radius. Right, but that you're right, Jim Richards, except that means like you're talking about, oh, just a number tweak doesn't save this. Well, don't design an entire new ability. Instead, change the mechanic of that ability. Fix it. Make it not shit. Like Blight, for instance. Well, Blight does need a numerical buff, but more importantly, it needs an AoE buff. I'll fix Blight right now. 20% more base damage, 50% more base area, and have the duration last 4 seconds instead of 2, but still have the same maximum amount of stacks. So you've just got a little bit more forgiveness in how often you have to be refreshing it, but not an extra up in damage on top of the damage that I just gave it. Now Blight's a skill again. Right? ED and Contagion are really easy to fix. Really easy to fix. Contagion just needs its area back, and ED Contagion just needs a damage buff. Specifically, a small damage buff, 20 to 25%, and a bit of a cast speed nerf so that you can get it off quicker. Like lower cast speed. So buff to cast speed as well, I guess. And then that's fixed. Right? Summon Skeletal Warrior is actually really easy to make good. Really easy to make good. Summon Skeleton Warriors need to have their quick shield charge gap close range increased by about 50% so that they'll charge further. Their movement speed increased by 20 to 30%. And have that aggressive charge at default instead of only when you link them with Feeding Frenzy. And then ta-da, Summon Skeletons is a real build again. Like, I'm sure. I feel so confident. I feel so confident that if I could, like, sit in a room with all of the numbers for a week, I could individually on my own come up with patch notes for 20 underused skills every league and buff them up to be appropriate and usable instead. And I don't understand why that doesn't happen. I don't understand why that doesn't happen. I could get a list of underused skills, sit in a room for a week and fix all of them. Like, some things do just need number tweaks. Like, Bane just needs a little bit more area put back on it. And probably a little bit of base damage as well.
Cucumbers? Well, they don't have a flared base, so they're not really much use to me. Afternoon, Lexia. They don't have a what base? Don't worry about it. It's not important. Maybe because of statements like that. No, Calamity, you misunderstand. I'm not asking why GGG doesn't pay me to sit in a room for a week and fix all their skills. I'm asking why a building full of people who are better at this than I am haven't been allowed to do it.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Because it's not that easy. You can say that, but there's no way to back that up. There's no way to like you can say it's not that easy, and I can say yes it is. And then what do we do from there? Thumb wrestle? The difference is I can cite sources as to why it is actually that easy. It is actually that easy because they did it for years with a fifth of the team size. And then they stopped. I don't know why they stopped, but they used to do it. Every second league, the top 5 or 6 skills massively nerfed, no longer the meta, absolutely taken out of the game, destroyed. People complained about it all the time. 20 underused terrible skills, buffs, mechanical changes, number tweaks, all sorts of things, and ta-da, brand new meta, like every second league. And they did it for years. So, and the people who work there now, a lot of them are the same people who are already capable of doing it and are better at their jobs now than they were 5 years ago, I assume, because that's just what happens when you keep doing stuff. And they got a whole bunch of new people there, extra people who are also really good. Everyone in that building's fucking smart as shit. So it's not a lack of ability, it's a decision not to. And that's the bit that confuses me. It's not that they can't, it's that they don't. Why?
Keep your eyes
You
sharp.
have a mother's farewell.
Yes? Be careful.
If the balance is not something good to strive for in an RPG, instead changing the meta is better. Now they're trying to pursue an MMO style. So that is conjecture, which I can see how you got there as well. I can see how it looks like that. I find it hard to believe that. I find it hard to believe that. But I do see how you got there. Like I can.
Can we be of help?
I can see how recent actions over the last few years would lead somebody to believe that. That's not a stretch for me. But I don't think it's true. Oh no, it is explicitly true that they said balance was a bad thing. That was the thing. That was absolutely a thing. That is explicitly true, like directly out of Chris's mouth. And I agree with that. I also agree with that. I also believe balance is a bad thing that people don't actively want. They just think they do. Who wants balance? People love OP shit. I agree, but I think the key to that is that the OP shit is changing. People don't love OP shit when it's the same OP shit for 2 years straight. People love OP shit, and then that the new build something different is OP shit, and then that something later on something different again is OP shit. Does PoE2, do you think PoE will have new Gemlink system as PoE 2, or are we stuck with the current one? I suspect we're stuck with the current one.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
This is also, in my mind, by the way, a multi-pronged issue that isn't exclusively GGG's fault. Like, I am confused as why they don't do those sweeping wide changes anymore. But also, the community and us as content creators in general also hold pretty big sway over what is considered meta or OP. Because there are a lot of things that are quite good that just aren't popular. Name one. I've got the best example for you fucking ever. You know how we just made Poison SRS like 2 leagues ago and it took the fuck off and everybody knows about it and everybody knows my video and links to it everywhere and it's fucking, it took over for like a whole league and now is known as one of the like meta easy safe start builds? That build existed for over a year before we found it on PoE Ninja and found people who were playing it for several leagues, just like a small group of like 6 people that had been playing it for like a year and a bit.
That's a really good point, Diane. Thank you so much for bringing that up. Thank you.
That was really good timing for that blurb. And then you fucking jacked up the price. Oh yeah, no, I had one of the guys who'd been playing it for a really long time in my Twitch chat the first league we were doing it. Because I forget the exact wording he used, but he came in and he was like, yo, hi. And he was like a new person. And I was like, and he was just hanging out in chat for a little bit. And then I brought up that we did find a few individuals who were running it. And the dude was in chat. He was one of them. And he was like, yeah, I wonder why all my prices got super high. So I went looking on YouTube. And then I came here. And you're the reason my build's expensive now. But yeah, okay, so Shad's build is a really good example. Because it's not like we're calling it Shad's build because he found it and is playing it and is testing a lot of things on it. And has made improvements as well. But like the initial idea wasn't just like born in his head. He found a little hidden gem and went, that looks great. I think I can improve on that. And then just kept trying it. And he's killing Ubers in like shit gear. Right? Molten Strike Champion. Link it? I mean, it's a hidden gem. There is no link it. We can link it Path of Buildings that he's been playing. That's the point. There's no YouTube content on it. There's no big creators, or at least no big creators in English. And if we spend enough time looking and you go find them, there'll be at least 10, maybe 20 other really good builds that are just not popular right now. Because no creator has made them. And that's what makes builds popular. Now, again, a large part of why I think the meta feels stale is because GGG hasn't changed things majorly in a very long time. And they used to do it all the time, and I wish they do it more often. But an equally large part of it is also people just follow what is already popular. What if I just hate champ for no particular reason? The whole thing can be done as a raider. It's actually more DPS as a raider, but with less tank. But quicker. True. Quicker when running. You keep saying that like they can't change the mechanics of a skill. But they can, and they have, and they did. Regularly. They just haven't in a while. But it wasn't just numeric nerfs that used to happen. They used to mechanically change things regularly. Been a giant fuck orgy, and we have all been on the receiving end. We are all bottoms. GGG is the top. They have fucked all of us equally. Oh, whoops.
My love. You were too beautiful for this ugly world. I shall find you in the next.
Someone to buy something and stand that made my hat addiction more.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
We'll just maintenance mode now until PoE 2 anyway. I also thought that when we thought they were going to be the same game. And I'm sure they thought that when they thought it was going to be the same game as well. Now that they are two separate games, that is no longer the case. We are back to having a very large amount of people working on PoE 1 now. Most people are working on both games. Sounds like Coop to know that money we made it ain't PoE1. I mean, that's not true. Also, like, Cope makes it sound made up, when really most of that information comes from talking to all the developers in person.
Yes.
So...
Be careful.
And so now it's farewell.
Not since the fall of Destred.
I don't think it's that bad. A lot of the things they're worried about are things that I would also be worried about had I not spent a week talking to developers and like actually playing PoE2 and talking to people who really actually know what's going on inside. These were all things I was concerned about before I went to ExileCon. So I understand the concerns. Like not wanting to play a slow game and being like, PoE2 looks so slow, I'm probably not even gonna enjoy it. I get that.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Maddox, thank you very much for the prime.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
When Reliquary key, now I gotta wait. I can get approval, but it'll probably be approved. Stream.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Oh my god. Alexia. Give it a sub. What the fuck? That was targeted. Why? I don't... Alright, here's the thing. I have plenty of criticisms. I have plenty of things that I'm unhappy about. I have plenty of things that I'm worried about. But I feel like anyone who really says, like, with their whole chest, all the eggs are in PoE2, they're not even caring about PoE1 anymore, this is all in maintenance mode, has their fucking eyes closed. Because we just, like, we've gotten way too much in the last year for that to be true.
Are you sure about
already? In Tune 3, thank you very much to Prime. Like, we're literally already getting too much for it to be maintenance mode stuff. It's just not. And here's the thing. If it had really been in maintenance mode for that long, for the last year and a half, the truth is you wouldn't still be here playing it. But you are. But you are. And when they come out with PoE 2, you can claim you're not going to play it all you like. You can be like, I'm not going to be really interested. You're going to play it though. You're going to play it and you're going to like it. Just like you like it now. Just like you liked it 3 years ago. Just like you're going to like it 3 years from now. I'm going to complain about the things that I don't like. And then I'm still going to play the game. Because it's still going to be the best one out there, just with a few things I don't like.
As long as it's good, I don't care what reasons make it good.
Gonna kill it. Brandy XP, thank you for the 1k bits. Jesus. I feel personally attacked again. I spent an hour trying to match my resistance spell suppress chance from in-game to PoE. It doesn't match. I can't figure out why. Can you tell me how far it is off by? Hey Bella, do you have an opinion on the Lightning SRS champion? I've played Poison before as my main sector and considering trying Lightning. I don't think they're the same build. I don't think that champion Lightning SRS falls into the same category as SRS builds. That requires slightly more explanation. Let me defend that statement because it sounds fucking stupid. The Elemental Guardian and the Poison SRS builds are both built around the idea of automating your gameplay as much as possible and not having to do anything. You just shield charge around or whirling blades around, pop SRSs out, and everything just happens. When you play a champion, you add like 4 extra buttons to the build. You have to maintain uptimes, you have to melee mobs, you have to keep in range, you have to do a bunch of extra things. That doesn't make it a bad build. It's actually quite good. Its damage is decently high, like actually really high. It's quite tanky and everything. It's not in the same category. It is not smooth, relaxed, automated gameplay at all. It is absolutely just not the same category. It's a champion build that uses SRS, not an SRS build on a champion. My in-game, my into path of building cold and lightning resistance are 15% lower in path of building, and suppress chance is 10% higher. In path of building, you've got your 10% suppression flask checked, and you've got a Lyra accidentally either in-game or in path of building, but not in the other one.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
People equal sanctum. Oof. This is the movie started tomorrow. Hexblast mines is going to be my starter unless they nerf it or unless something really pog comes out of patch notes. Poison SRS is my fallback. The reason it's not first is because I've done it 5 times and I've never done Hexblast mines, so I'm going to do the new thing. But I'll fall back to it if it's nerfed. If they're both nerfed, I don't know what the fuck I'll do then. I did HBM last league. I'm hoping they don't change the return prod interaction. With Hexblast mines? What? Return prod? Wait, what? What else could HBM mean? Okay, if it's not Hexblast mines. I'm hoping that you're gonna do Pathfinder poison. Right. I'll definitely do something Pathfinder if they nerf my Hexblast mines. Almost certainly. Maybe. Probably. I think. Pathfinder is my all-time favorite ascendancy.
I need more pockets.
York well. Ready to go?
Look, and I'm going to change my mind 18 more times. This is how my league starts work and probably will always work. I pick something I think is really good. I swap between it and my backup, which I also think is really good, 18 times in the lead up week. And then the morning of league start, it's like I never had a plan to begin with and anything could happen. Maybe I'll play one of those. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll play something completely different. Who am I to know? Shit could just change.
For freedom.
It is good. Goodbye.
Before the league starts a wander. I was looking at a wander actually earlier. Come on. Maybe this is better. Perfect. Nailed it. I don't need this. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yes.
This. I've heard the go well, Exile.
Well, time and time.
Say, you're not in the market. Always keep your eyes on the horizon.
I don't know. I forget who it was. Somebody made Elliot Wanda look really good during the Shifting Flame event. I watched a little bit of the content and was like, Elliot Wanda looks alright. It's Garatha? Right, yep. It looks alright. One's Wild Strike's so bad. It's got like 11 tags. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Wild Strike is that bad. I think like it rotates elements, but I mean, so does Elliot.
Bannon is... Now that you have returned, and we have managed to sturdy ourselves once more abreast for freedom.
Ale.
Should we be using Guardians Eliors? Nah.
If you are innocence, then it before we proceed. Remember, humanity needs us.
Right. Before I start this, I'm going to make a coffee real quick. I'll be back in just a moment. 'Tis coffee time. Oh, back in a sec. me! Ah! 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 Oh yeah. Alright, let's go.
Ascend with precision.
Just need a moment to catch my breath. Not all murders are equal.
I wonder if anyone in our private league is starting bows. All of our normal bow culprits are doing other things. Surely someone's starting bows. And they're doing a private league? Yup. This league start will be a private league start. Everybody welcome and free trade. There'll be no getting rich. Group self-found. Anything special about it? Not as far as mods go. Just that there's no trading for currency. If you've got something you don't need, you give it away. I'm tempted to join you, but all I know how to do is farm essences and blighted maps. No one has to join. Everyone's welcome to. If you want to, come in. If you don't want to, don't.
The Emperor beckons, and the world attends. Give up yourself.
So your face,
by the goddess,
unlike a while ago.
Ambition. This empire remains filled with emperors in waiting.
Use trade to search in a private league. Yes. So people will still list stuff. It's just that whatever price they list it for is irrelevant. It'll be free. It'll just be listed, so you'll still be able to look. If anyone teases me for how long I'm in my hideout, can add. What? Sorry? Wait, I'm sorry. Is that a normal abbreviation of eat a dick? I don't think that is. I don't think I've ever seen that in my life. Oh god, am I getting old?
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
A potent little gift from our primitive past.
I was old, I've never seen it until now.
Suck my tasty dick!
has been around at least 15 years. I guess it's an American thing, maybe? Nope, it's not that. Maybe it's just a younger generation thing and I missed it. I have no idea how old Telexia is. I'm not sure what the context is, but I know that sometimes it's rude to ask a girl how old she is, so never ask.
The essence of to entertain must be shared equally amongst all of its citizens.
Watch it turn out to be 60 and blow all of our lines. That would shock me.
Strike with fidelity. By the goddess, what ambition! A wise emperor recognizes that life and empire are the same.
You have to regularly associate people who would say eat a dick to have heard of it. Are you new here? Is this your first time? Not only do I regularly tell people to eat a dick, I'm usually quite descriptive about it. Like, I will describe the current condition of the dick I intend you to eat as part of the insult. Like, it's just...
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
To watch this thing. Oh, fuck right off. Actually eat an entire penis all in one go from the tip to the shaft. The thing is, I can never remember any of these insults or any of these descriptions or any of the things that, like, I don't just like say things to be inappropriate. It's not like my goal. Right? It just, things happen and I just respond, and I am very often just as surprised by what I say as anybody else is. Because you're biased against cucumbers? Well, they don't have a flared base, so they're not really much use to me.
Delight in your gilded...
Why did you put a town portal there? Accident. Didn't mean to. I was supposed to ID this thing. Like that, like the cucumbered flared base thing. That wasn't like a bit I had prearranged. It I just said stuff. I just said things. At all happy? What the fuck is this clip? I don't know why that's labeled happy sounds. Those are definitely not happy sounds. Yeah. TVs that come with screens, they're real dumb. Real silly. Your Honor, I just said things as they happen. Look,
What do you need?
Yes?
I spent so long in my younger years training myself to not speak when random thoughts came into my head. And I'm now real worried that when I get into social settings again, that I don't remember how to flick that filter back on again. And that just nonsense, just inappropriate nonsense is just going to come out my mouth when it really shouldn't.
Just in time.
I don't know if it's a legitimate concern or not, but I am concerned about it.
Just in time.
What's up?
Pie for dinner?
Sure, whatever.
Pints of bread? Slices of bread?
Sure. Whenever.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I swear mines actually reserve like too much mana. It just feels so weird to have so much open mana.
A fine day for
And then you throw all your mines down. You don't have open mana.
Good tidings to you.
But it feels weird.
Time and tide wait for no man.
What do you need?
Yes?
Like, do I even need this?
morning, Maliki. This pension is just Graham. Thanks for asking. She's gonna stick to that now. The thing is, like, I have what I think is an idea of how old people are, but it is just there's just no winning situation in guessing a girl's age. There's no like there's just no winning that. Like, I don't see how you come out in front there at all. I just say should we skip to the part where you just withhold sex? I've never dated somebody who does that ever.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
If my partner is withholding that as a punishment, not because they don't want to right now, not because they don't feel like it, but like as a punishment to me, like that's the reason, you're single now. That's not. We're not using that as a tool. Nope. Seems like an odd thing to do where I punish myself and miss out. I don't know, but it's actually not that uncommon. It's actually not that uncommon. There's something about it, I suspect that the kind of person who withholds sex as a punishment is also the kind of person that isn't necessarily getting their needs met during the event anyway. Otherwise, it wouldn't be something you want to withhold as a punishment. Like, I suspect. I don't know, but I suspect, right?
You return. Remember, we do this for freedom.
That's actually really good, this thing. Damn. Can't wear it. Don't have the strength. Rip.
Hello there, exile.
Oh, I've had that before. I've had that before when you're in like a massive fight. And then you both just get... I've gotten tired of fighting. And she was also tired of fighting. And I was like, we're getting pretty heated up here. How about we table this whole fight till tomorrow after work? And then she was like, I would like that. I'm getting exhausted. We're not at a resolution yet, but I'm exhausted and I don't want to do this anymore. And then we watched a movie, had sex, showered together, slept in the same bed, got up, did breakfast routines, went to work, then came back. And then we're like, okay,
We're gonna have to get back into this topic because it was important and we didn't reach a resolution. Which I like. I like that turn of events. That's like, it was like a good turn of events. A really good way to handle that. Ugh. Fucking bears. Okay, so the thing I've learned from this run is that the flame wall thing on the Arcanist brand, it's not actually very much damage. It really just doesn't add enough damage. I think maybe just because the flat damage on Pyroclast is already so high. Someone says pause. Conversation is in separate rooms. That's a good thing to have. I like that.
To catch my breath.
I like that. This is an often thing in my previous relationships. I have had to stop people in mid-argument to ask whether we're really arguing or whether it's fun banter, because I love arguing. And so I will argue about anything. But in my head, most of the time, it's always like a fun banter argument. And I sometimes struggle to notice when it's a real proper issue or just something that was like mildly annoying that we're having fun arguing about. So I've very often been into like, I'm just gonna need you to pause for a second and tell me what level of importance this argument is at. Because I don't actually feel strongly about my side at all. This has just been a fun interaction for me, and it sort of looks like maybe you're getting upset, and I didn't mean for that. Right. Oh, I've been a terrible partner when I was younger. These are like more recent things, like from like 25 and above. I was a shit person and a shit partner when I was younger. I've done plenty of stuff that I'd be like, wow, what a dick. Like I've definitely done stuff that like people should have left me for and didn't. Not cheating, but like just general like acting like a dick, not seeing her side of the argument or disagreement, not considering their feelings, like that sort of shit.
An emperor
Because I was a
must know
dick.
precisely where he stands.
Purity for some extra resistances? Right now, yeah. I always level with purity all the time on every build. Sab is one where I'll try and drop it at maps because I'm already immune to shock and ignite. So I'll try and drop it at maps. Yeah, but we know why you don't recognize that sometimes. It often doesn't occur to neurospicy people. Yeah, okay, but I didn't know at the time. So. I'm oblivious to everything. I'm terrible with social cues. I think... Okay. Some people in chat are going to disagree right now. I think I'm fantastic with social cues. If I'm actively thinking about them at the time. Like, if someone says, this is a social situation where you need to watch yourself. And I, like... put the mask on and pay attention. I think I'm fantastic at it. I think I can read people's cues properly when I'm actively doing it. It just doesn't happen by default. Like, it's not always on. That's something I have to actively do. Super tanky. I like defenses. Has Sab feeling? Apparently it's relatively squishy. It hasn't really felt super... It hasn't felt super squishy. I definitely don't think it's like hardcore viable level of tank though. This at least the way I've built it. anyone in hardcore was playing hexblast mines and how they built differently.
My breath.
Other than the dissolution of flesh stuff, because that's obviously actually quite tanky, but you can't start that way. Like you can't just be dissolution of flesh. Who did it? Trickster, not Sab. I'm fucking down for Trickster. Like I'm not attached to Sab at all. Have a look at PI Ninja. Let's say day 4. Let's say hardcore ancestor. Ooh, that's a low play rate. It is still mostly Sab, even in hardcore. Fucking Chieftain? Chieftain. Champion? Champion? Champion, really? Oh, actually, fuck off. Fucking champion everything, man. Just champion everything. What do you make it a champion? Fucking. I mean, it's basically exactly the same setup as the Sab. They've taken Frenzies, the Swift Killer, the One Step Ahead, and the Escape Artist. Presumably, Spellbreaker would be last. Bit different on the pathing, though. Up here? Instead of... I mean, you get an extra power charge, but... Huh. That is far more interesting pathing. Wait, why am I not using that? Depends if you suppress caps, is there much point in taking the node? Prevents an extra 10% while you're on full energy shield and has a 50% chance to start energy shield recharge whenever you suppress. If you can take Wicked Ward, it makes you very, 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 very tanky. No. So I'm not really worried about that part. I like the 50% chance when you suppress to start energy shield recharge. If you can do that with Wicked Ward and Ghost Dance, you're almost always at full energy shield. Almost always. Because your recharge is always on. And if you ever do get hit, Ghost Dance recovers a buttload of your energy shield. What did this person do week 1? Still alive, are we? Oh, and we're in the setup. Yes, yes, yes. 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 Perfect. I think I fucking like this pathing better than the softcore pathing, even for a sab. You get to be up here. You get the extra power charge. You're still getting the frenzy just from that side instead. You get the extra power charge. You get to take a power charge wheel. That gives you the 3% increased damage per charge, which you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 extras on. 6 if you're a trickster, extras on. There's 6 extras plus 6 base, so there's 12 of those, which is 30-something% increased damage for 1 point. In the shape. Shape it up. Get straight. Go forward. Move ahead. Try to detect it. It's not too late. To get Death Attunement for 1 more Spectre instead of Enduring Bond. Enduring Bond is really important. It feels a lot worse without Enduring Bond, but also you really need 2 Spectres. You really need 2 Spectres. The first 2 Spectres are super important. Any more Spectres past that are very unimpactful. We've only got 2 really good buff Spectres. The extras are just like if you happen across a third one, there's a third one you can use, but it's really not very impactful. So I definitely don't think it's worth heading over to Death Attunement because you can get you get both Spectres at like level 17 on the gem, and you can get a 3rd Spectre without even having Death Attunement. Getting Death Attunement on top of that would be a 4th Spectre, and there's just no use for them. This is actually really interesting. Okay, how do you look like I'm weak to? Let's weed out who dies. So there are still sabs, even on hardcore. That's a life stacking sab, right? Yeah, dissolution of flesh. Interesting. Yo, is this actually a CI? So it's worth knowing minions are a skill and also a minion. So Enduring Bond is 50% duration for your summon raging spirits. It is very noticeable to not have it. 20% skill effect duration affects SRS. Minions have 20% duration. That other one. Also, okay, so it's 40%. So it's 40% of your total duration. And that's all the duration you have from the tree. Technically, there's some in the Ascendancy as well. But that's still a lot of duration to lose. And Ghost Dance, because it's still a Grace build. And Ghost Dance, because it's still a Grace build. Yep, and still Wicked Ward. And it's just going to be Discipline, Grace, and Skitterbots. Yep, Discipline, Grace, and Skitterbots. That's it. Oh, you can use Bear Trap for combustion. That's actually smart. I like that. Guarantee the burning damage you can do Infernal Legion support on Skitterbots. You don't need it though. As long as you don't use void manipulation in your main links, it just happens automatically anyway. You only need to do that if you're using void manipulation, because then you can't deal the fire damage. I actually think I like Ventura's take on this more than any other take I've seen. Except maybe the life stacking one. Like, the life stacking one still wins. But that's like got some super high gear requirements, like some really, like, I might not ever get the life stacking version running in a private league. But like, this version looks pretty fucking good. I don't like that there's a life flask here, mana flask here. I'd want to try and do something about that. Don't know what though. Looking at his tree. I don't know. I don't know what to do about that. He's already got 2 -7 crafts. He's already got a mana wheel here. He's got access to a mana wheel there, but it's just 20% max. That's not going to be enough. Nor does he. Yeah, I don't like the mana flask. But I don't know what to do about it. Just looking at the tree, I don't see like a solution, an easy solution. Sometimes there isn't one. Sometimes there isn't one. But I hate it. Oh, hey. How you doing? You don't like this one? What is this? Ew, fire trap. Ew. Ew. How does this rat just fire? God damn, this is well geared. Another tune. I mean, this is just Gucci. Tattoos. You kind of look oversaturated today. Should look exactly like I always look. See, I'm real tempted to look at hardcore builds because I'm Papega as fuck. What the fuck? What is this for? Sanctum setup. Every Sanctum build is Spectres and Animate Guardian. Oh, right. Because they don't die, so you might as well just add them to anything. Right. Okay. Fair enough. See, I don't know if you know, Ventura, but this is like the first time I'll be league starting in a small private league instead of in trade. So like what I'm used to doing isn't going to be happening. I'm used to just abusing the fuck out of the market because I know what I'm doing and then buying whatever the goddamn hell I want and just overgearing anything that I need to overgear because I can just be as rich as I need to be. I'm playing trade. I can have as much money as I need to have. And I don't boss. This time, I'm league starting, still softcore. But in a private league, I mean, maybe 50 to 100 people at most. I'm not going to have a market to abuse at all. And I'm going to try bossing. And I want to progress into uber bosses. So I got no fucking clue what I'm doing. It is all going to be a struggle. I was leveling the poisonous arrest and recognized that we have way too low accuracy. You can easily get it for using accuracy nodes in the beginning. Have you mentioned that? Or am I seeing the first is level 30? We don't have very low accuracy. It looks like we do in Path of Building because it's telling you what your accuracy would be compared to like a level 70 mob. Also, you can take that 250 flat accuracy mastery if you want to, but you shouldn't need to while leveling. You shouldn't notice anything. Do you normally pay for the void stones? I can get 2 on my own, but I'm not sure how to get the other 2. I mean, most of the time I normally get my first 2 and then just buy the other 2. I can kill Maven and I can kill Uber Elder. They're fine. The un-Uber versions of bosses, I can kill them. I just usually don't make bossing characters. I usually make hard farm mapping characters, and it's just quicker and easier for me to just pay for the completion and get my stone. Right? Like that's normally just the easiest way for me to do it. I just pay for a stone. Whenever you use the service, do you pay before or after? I don't even remember. I usually just pay whenever they trade me. I've never once been ripped off, so I've never even like considered worrying about it. I just
get your magic find characters ready.
I think it's after, but I'm not sure. Oh. Dark Wicked, thank you very much for the prime. As my concerns, I've never used it. I don't get divines very easily. Look, there's a lot of like bad PR and potentially for very good reasons around TFT. I'm not going to bother getting into like whether they're good for the player base or bad for the player base or like any of that sort of shit. The important part, the bit that affects you, is the people who carries on TFT that you can just buy have to earn a reputation. And if they rip people off, they get banned and kicked out. And that loses them a lot. So you should feel pretty safe getting a boss carry from TFT.
Ascend with precision.
It's cheaper and faster than buying fragments and doing it myself. Yep. Except this league, we're all going to be in a private league, and hopefully I'm going to be handing out stones to people for free. Provided I can kill the bosses, which I should be able to. Don't see any reason why I won't. I should be able to. Well, no, I'll definitely be able to kill the non-Uber ones. I'm not really concerned about the non-Uber fights. I should just carry a few people every single time I do Maven and carry a few people every single time I do Uber Elder. But then when it's time to do uber bosses. That's when I'm like, ooh.
Where there's a golden key, there must
Be a golden door. Now, I could just default to Poison SRS, which I know I can do all the Ubers on. That just seems like cheating. It seems like cheating. Ubers on Poison SRS isn't even really learning the fight.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Reside in dark places.
What build is that? This? Or the one I was just talking about? The one that's cheating.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. It is the sovereign who empowers the scepter, not the other way round.
The one I'm talking about that I feel like is cheating is Poison SRS. Because I've done it... First of all, I've done it way too many times. And second, you don't really have to engage with the mechanics or aim or even be on the same screen as the boss. You just... SRS just kills it.
You are inexhaustible.
This is going to be hexblast mines, but for now it is pyroclast mine. It was literally already done it with SRS. Yeah. I'm gonna go Poison SRS again. Ooh, I haven't decided on anything. Patch notes. I need them. Not decided on nothing till I see patch notes. We're just playing Temple Run till we get patch notes. Background gaming so that we can have just chatting streams until patch notes.
Strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt is to dance with death. An emperor is only as efficient as those he commands. Be singular of purpose. You are inexhaustible. My 3 lieutenants remain. Misery loves company, I suppose.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Spectre's getting mega buffed in patch notes. I can feel it. Fucking, can I have a puff on whatever that is? I want it. Give me Spectres. Give me Spectres. I'll change my build plan right the fuck now. Nefarious dragons on the good shit. Share with the class.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep those promises. The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Oops.
Fire up your determination. Last.
Hey, bosses, could you go away, please? Thanks. I don't actually know which one's worth taking first, because I feel like I do so much damage, I don't need this damage right now. But also, it feels really stupid to take a defensive ascendancy from Cruel Lab in softcore. From Merc Lab, rather. But I also don't need the damage, but I also don't need the defenses. So it's weird. Maybe? Sure. Whatever.
I'm not strong enough for that.
There.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Yeah, some dying specters of Japan. I think like 6 or 7 years ago, I had a solution for that. And I haven't changed my opinion on it ever since.
Greetings.
Summon Spectre should just be 2 skills. One that summons a Spectre, and one that puts a mob in your Spectre bank. With a little UI of like, what Spectres are in my bank, and which one do I currently want to summon.
Time and tide wait for no man.
Used for that seems thematic enough.
Boom.
What they don't want is for you to be able to like infinitely resummon your Spectre on call, on command at speed during a map. But that's really easy to get around. Make the act of summoning a Spectre like a 5-second cast channel or something. So you have to like find a safe spot for a second if a Spectre dies, but you can just resummon that exact Spectre you had directly from your like book or UI or whatever. If you don't want me to be able to resummon it like super quickly in the middle of combat, if that's the problem, just do that. I wouldn't want a 1 minute cooldown because you can have like 5 Spectres. Imagine being in your hideout and summoning a Spectre and then waiting another minute and then summoning another Spectre and then waiting another minute and then summoning another Spectre. That'd be so bad. I'd be crying while counting the maps I wasn't running. Yeah. For permanent mini builds, you can still play carrying golems. I haven't been impressed by carrying golems in many leagues. Is there a secret carrying golem build I don't know about that does really good damage? New ways to have a good time. Bow, 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 bow. Let's see. Cookies and now I can't log in. Rip.
Just need a moment.
Minions will never be as good as Syndicate operatives back in the day. You can actually play Syndicate operatives right now, and they're not quite as good as they were, but then they're pretty good. All you have to do is literally play them like Poison SRS is played. Put them in a covenant, make them poison, stack the jewels, everything the same as Poison SRS.
I shall strike you down.
You can just force it. It's not as good as they were, but it's pretty good, and it can poison cap still.
May a new dawn arise.
Do you think that okay is sort of be the same rarity as Miroyoki? I think Miroyoki is a tier 0, so I doubt it. But it'll probably be tier 1 or tier 2.
It's over.
You look as Simon
I
Tide.
don't think I need to be doing that.
By the light of Rama. Remember, we do this.
Good tidings to you.
Exile. Exile. Wake up.
Exile, wake up. All right, Helena.
Commander,
I'm trying.
well. It's through the tunnel.
Hello.
Is it true that the innocence is a golden ass? Muscular too.
Remember, we do this for free.
Slash passives. Oh, I'm so good at video games. I didn't forget me. I may or may not have 2 lightning resistance. Okay, it's okay with purity on, but I don't want to wear purity. Okay. Okay. That's unfortunate. So's that. You can have lightning, can't you? Yeah. Well, lightning and something hybrid. Easy. That's okay. You're going to delete this and go again anyway? Probably, yeah. Just needed to make sure I could get to cap. All right. I will, however, be back in just a moment. Let me throw this up. I'll be back in a second. Did you end up liking the Stormblast leveling? Slower in Act 1, but way faster in Act 2 and Act 3 until I could get to Pyroclast mine. So I think it's the winner. Alright, I'll be back in a sec.
Want 2 slices of bread?
Ooh. Oh. Ah. Honestly, that wasn't even beef. I don't know what that was. Get rid of that be right back thing. Probably the next thing to go as you age. Don't fucking tell me I can't have milk. That's not a thing. Well, you know what though? I already mostly have almond milk. Not almond milk, oat milk. I already mostly have oat milk. I only use like milk for like cooking. Like you can't make scrambled eggs with oat milk. That's bad. You need like a splash of milk. But you can't. I did try it once with oat milk. That's not okay. Don't do that. I also tried making you know the thing that you eat in breakfast when you're really lazy? Breakfast soup. You know, you pour it out, you put milk in it. Cereal. Thank you. Thank you. That's the one. Cereal. I have oat milk in my cereal. Breakfast soup. I couldn't think of what it was called. I called it breakfast soup. Look. Is that not accurate though? Like I said breakfast soup and instantly people knew what I meant. Breakfast soup. Are you a milk first man is the real question. No, no one puts milk in first. That's not a real thing. I am, however, a mix, like 4 different types of cereal together in the bowl before I eat and then put milk in person, which is maybe somewhat weird. My wife does it. It causes me great pain. Really? Milk first? I mean... Eat 4 different cereals in one bowl? Yeah. No, it's fine. It's good. I'm not gonna have 4 bowls of cereal, but I mix them together. I put 4 different cereals in a bowl and then I mix them up. And then I put a bit of milk in and then I eat them. It's really only 3 cereals and then like a sprinkle of the 4th one. Oh god. I'm not picky, I swear to god. It's 3 cereals in roughly equal parts and then like a sprinkle of the 4th one. It's not even 3 cereals. One of the cereals is oats. Okay, it's oats and then 2 different kinds of cereal and then a sprinkle of the 3rd one. Hang on. Okay. Okay. So breakfast. Right? Okay. So I got this, which is just like all brand fiber stuff. It's good. Like that. Then I got this one, which is almost empty. I need to refill it. This is just oats. Right? Put lots of them in. Then I got this cereal, which is like a, I don't even know what it's called, but it's like a nice cereal with little bits of like berries and stuff in it. And those are the 3 cereals. And then just a little bit, just a sprinkle of Fruit Loops because I don't add any sugar to it at all. This is the sugar bit. So just like a little bit of Fruit Loops. And that's why this one's so full, because I only use a little tiny bit of it, but I use a lot of the others. Okay? Hang on, I just gotta put them all back up. They're in the right order. Okay. You know what I'm the most surprised about is that Baylor's brain hasn't gone ahead and mixed all 3 together in one container so he doesn't have to mix them each day. I did try that, but they all have different densities and they don't, if you shake them up really well, it's really good when you pour it, but by the time you pour like the 3rd bowl on the 3rd or 5th day, however many times you have cereal, they slowly separate into like the oats get down to the bottom and then the fiber stuff gets in the middle and then like the cereal ends up on the top. You don't get equal parts. They have to stay in separate containers. You have to pour them yourself. Also, I don't know, like I go through them all at different rates, and every time I empty one of the containers, I fully clean it before I put new stuff in. I clean and dry it because I don't want it to like be old and gross. I've never not once met a person who has 4 different cereals in the same bowl for breakfast. I hope you don't think it's normal. I don't think it's normal, but I do think it's better. If one runs out, do you not bother, or do you force yourself down to 3? I don't let one of them run out without a replacement ready. What do you mean? The second shelf down has replacements for each one of those to refill the containers. And when the replacement one to fill the container up gets used, that goes on my shopping list so that next time I go shopping, I pick up the replacement again. You don't run out. But the answer, because it has happened once or twice, if I do run out of one cereal, that's okay. I will just have the other 3 instead of 4 together. That's fine. Also, they're not even always the same 4 cereals. It's always oats, but everything else changes, can change. I wouldn't say it changes regularly, but it can change. It's always oats. Oats is like the starting point to a good breakfast bowl of cereal, is to have at least like a quarter to a third oats that gets mixed with everything else. There's always something high fiber. And then, but it could be something
Get your
different.
Magic Find characters ready.
And then there's always something sugary for the sprinkle bit. Like I don't have a lot of Fruit Loops, right? It's just like a little handful of Fruit Loops for the sugary bit. But it's not always Fruit Loops. When the Fruit Loops run out, I'll pick something else sugary that I like. So like the makeup is always similar, but it isn't always the same cereals. Calithus, thank you for the 18 months. Look, this is not an I'm picky moment. Because if there's just cereal at someone else's house and they're boring standard people who only have one kind of cereal, I'll just eat that one kind of cereal in a bowl. Like, I'm not being picky about it. Like, it's just a preference. And since I'm in charge of my own buying stuff, I'm going to have it the way I like. But I would just eat a single cereal. If that's what's there, like, and I need food. – 100% you tell them you're fine to consume their boring cereal. She's right, I would mention it. I would tell them how they're wrong and boring for having only one kind of cereal. But I would eat it. You know, I really didn't think I was that picky of a person until you started pointing it out, Alexia, and now I'm feeling like, how would anyone put up with all of this? Specifically awakened enhance, right? No, that doesn't get a 6 either, right? It goes to 4, you can corrupt it to 5, it still doesn't get a 6. Right, there is none. As 4-slotted is cereal. Okay. It gets better. Hang on. I also have a very specific amount of milk that I need in my cereal, which is enough for all the cereal in the entire bowl to be moist, but not so much that there's a pool of more of milk in the bottom of my cereal, because that makes it soggy and not moist. And soggy cereal is gross. I'm not interested in that. Moist cereal, great. What kind of specific bowl does it have to be in? Wait, hang on. This one. It's the bowl for breakfast. I bought 6 of them. This is the breakfast bowl. Where's the special spoon? This is my kitchen. There's no special spoon. I don't own any bad spoons. I found good spoons and I only bought them. Because why would you have shit spoons? Fucking took to 30 for autism diagnosis. Oh. Well, apparently it didn't take till 30 for nearly everyone in my life to know about it. It's just no one mentioned it to me. Everyone, all my friends' parents, my like second mum, like my best friend's mum who I like grew up in her house. Everybody fucking knew. Everybody knew. When I went around telling everyone like it was this great revelation that I'd found out about myself, everyone was like, yeah, of course. What? What happens on the 7th day when you run out of bowls? The fuck? Do you not wash your dishes for a whole fucking week? Do you leave your food encrusted dishes for 7 days? Yeah, I do my dishes like every 2nd day. Well, sometimes 3. Sometimes 3, but 3's always annoying because it's always a little gross when it's 3. I like every 2nd day, usually. I do them every day is if there's someone else living with me, but there's not enough dishes when I'm alone.
You were born with
there's not enough dishes when I'm alone. So
how have you paid for these gifts? With innocent blood. Yours is a predatory profession. The business of butchery.
Not going into maps. I mean, I can if you just want to like see how early mapping looks, but I already know how early mapping looks.
Kirax, we've a vital... Got my eye on you.
That was fun.
The only thing I don't know is when I change from Swift Assembly to Minefield support and have it feel good. I know if you do it right away, it doesn't feel good. If throwing speed is not good enough. It's not great. But I don't know when the point is when I can do that and it still feels okay. I suspect it's my first medium cluster jewel when I swap. That's my suspicion. Icicle mines, fun without high investment. I haven't really tried them. I do know that they pretty much need Pierce to be remotely usable. So I didn't try them. Well, I tried them like briefly for half a zone in these SAB tests, but I didn't want to link Pierce with them or head over to the Pierce wheel on the tree knowing that it wasn't part of the actual build. They definitely need some Pierce. I'm Curse on Ring and Sandstorm Visage. You don't need Sandstorm Visage. I just need any Curse on Hit Ring and a Profane Prophecy. As soon as I have both of those things, I'm hexblast. Which I'm hoping will be day one. The Curse on Hit Ring is relatively easy. Yeah, if I found a Dread Arch, I would try the Blasphemy setup because you can work with Dread Arch and a Blasphemy.
Hail.
But I suspected that the Blasphemy would feel a bit, like you have to be like in melee range. We're covering this build for YouTube. I mean, if I decide to league start it, I will probably be making a video about it, but it won't be a full guide or anything because I'm currently following other people's guides. So right now I'm learning about the skill, seeing what I want. If there's enough changes that I feel like I want to do it a different way, then I'll put out my own guide. If one of the guides that already exists suits my playstyle the best, where I'm like, you know what, I like this setup, this is a good setup, I'm gonna go with this, then I'll still make a video saying this is what I'm starting, but it'll just be like linking to the guide part. It'll just be linking to the person whose guide I'm following, because I don't feel like I should make a guide that's just copying someone else's guide. Like, unless I think something's wrong or I can do something better or I need to change something, I'll just link to the guide that already exists. That's great. I just need some hand holding. It doesn't have to be your hand. Fantastic. Right now, I've been using Palstrons, which has been quite good, with the goal of changing into Captain Lance's life stacking one, but I don't know if that can happen in a private league or not. I have absolutely no concept at all about what will and will not be available in a non-trade league. Like, I don't know. I've no concept of how to do this. Like, I'm just used to being rich and buying whatever I want.
I need more pockets.
I'm used to the answer being somebody be like, oh, but those will be expensive. And my answer is, I don't care. I'll have one, thanks. Whereas now that there's nothing's expensive. Everything in the private league is free. Whether it's available or not, very different question. Very different question. What the fuck is that bow jewel from your first map? What are those rolls? What? Excuse me? That's such a good jewel. Double tier 2, double tier 3. Tier 2 on the cold and lightning, and then double tier 3 fire. That's actually gross. Like, for your first map, if you fucking are on a bow character and your first map drops a jewel like that, you're loving it. Da-da-da-da-da. How many Varlorbs? I don't. Were any Varlorbs left in here? Yeah. Steal it to somebody else's Varlorb. Boom. I didn't even ruin it. I didn't even ruin it. I'm gonna vendor it and protest.
Freedom comes to those who... For freedom.
So obviously I forgot to talk to Kirak after completing the map. But I didn't realize that the portals would be in my hideout anyway, whether my map was there or not. I didn't realize my portals would just be there.
Got my eye on you.
Huh. Unexpected. Unexpected.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I'd like to know when it starts to fall off as Pyroclast Mine. Oh, that's the thing. It doesn't. You can Pyroclast Mine till the end of days. It's fine. It doesn't fall off. It's just that at all stages, as soon as you're set up, hexblast is just better than this. It's not that Pyroclast Mine falls off. It's that hexblast is always better. It just requires setup. Let's say hexblast, SOS, and bows get nerfed. Would you do pyro all the way? I'd be pretty tempted to go back to RF if that happened. I could league start chieftain, do all the regular bosses as chieftain, just like I did before, with the full intent of changing into Juggernaut to do Ubers, because Jug RF can do the Ubers. It's slow, but it can do it safely. Or Pathfinder something. Was the slash plate of this guy? You should know that I sit around and like eat lunch and leave it logged in places and like super take my time and test things out and run zones multiple times. This wasn't like a speed run or even an attempt at one. So the answer is my slash plate is irrelevant, but just in case, fucking nearly 10 hours. I don't work tomorrow. I wonder if I should get on early and do an actual run where I try and go fast. Like one where I like intentionally sit down and time my shit.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Would it be acceptable if I picked up level 1 versions of gems and left them in my own stash for myself as if a party member handed them to me? Ones that I can't buy on this character. Because I have no intention of leveling solo. I would like to have charge mines because it would come from somebody else at that level. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. Everyone seems to think that's fine. Who you leveling with, by the way? Whoever is on at League Start. And who's running is whoever's the fastest or whoever's the highest level at the time. Maybe another run where you give yourself a Dread Arc and a Blasphemy, see if it goes any better. So the problem with that is I'm only doing the practice in this little practice private league. And while we have some assortment of things that people in this practice league have gotten that we can like use to simulate tests, we don't have a lot. Ain't running shit? Are you not running shit? Why not? Huge. Working and probably just start late. Ah. Wow. We take this out. Take that out because it was really good. Take that out. We give it to anybody if they want to play with it. Don't really have anything else that's good. I'm working and probably just starting trade. Yeah. Oh. Snow. Thank you for the raid. How you doing? Have you figured out a league starter? I mean, no one really has until patch notes, but pyroclast into hexblast mines as soon as I can, probably. That's the thing I'm looking at right now. He was born like last month, right? Oh, I need to go. I need to go. I need to visit my friend again who just had a baby. I need to go spend more time with baby.
Just need a moment to...
I don't even care about visiting her. I just want to visit a kid. It's a weird Uncle Baylor who likes to eat 4 cereals at once. Well, it makes it more accurate that I called it breakfast soup. I mean, I should ideal these boots.
I need more pockets.
Attempted deflection, but no. Alright, fine, I'm a weirdo. Have you tried Blazing Salvo? No. Why would you?
Oh. See this? Stay pure. Well done. Now be a good assistant and find a place to deploy a tower. Exile, are you going to build a tower as I've so kindly requested?
Exile.
It's branching, Exile!
Are you going to build a tower?
Hello? Please do not test my limits. Patience is not something I possess great quantities of. Build the tower, Exile. It's put out new mycelium.
New roots. Check it out. Eventually I'll run out of energy shield. If I just like hold right click forever. Take a while. Well, I can do blights, no problem right away. In my absolute garbage league start gear. Bye, bitch. What would you need for blazing? I don't think turning any skill except hexblast into a mine on a 4-link is a good idea. Just, it feels like you need more links to do that. I don't know if that's actually true, but it's definitely how it feels. Well, since I'm not working tomorrow and I only have plans in the early morning,
Just need a moment
I should be back by like mid-morning. I could either do the things I'm supposed to do, or I could run a timed run and see if I can actually go fast. Why do you even bother giving us ETAs? It wasn't an ETA for stream start, I was just talking. What are the real things you have to do? I got 2 YouTube videos I'm supposed to make. And then if I get extra time, I've put markers down the last like week looking for places where I think you could make good shorts that I just haven't fucking done anything about. There are just markers everywhere. I just haven't even gone to look at them yet. But I've been putting down markers, so that's like one good thing. That's good, at least. I'll reserve a tiny bit more mana, but you could put Infernal Legion support with Skitterbots. I could, but it wouldn't do anything. I'm not going to lie, that would be a pretty good starter claw for just getting the maps. It's 350 already with an open prefix. like, that is a pretty good I just got the maps claw. That's not bad. That one's worse. It's no good. Also no good. No good, no good. No good. There's one usable claw in that set. That's easily over 400, that one. Once you craft on it, I think. Skitterboss plus Legion support is a pretty decent DPS boost. Why? Why? Without charges or flasks or anything, I've got nearly a 30% crit without even having a fourth link yet, which would be crit strikes. And then each mine throws 3 projectiles at a minimum, if not more. With charges and everything, it's more like a 50-ish% crit rate. With like 3 per every crit guarantees an ignite. So everything would always be ignited anyway. The same thing happens with hexblast. It just ignites everything all the time. Infernal Legion is only needed if you put void manipulation with your thing, which I don't know if I'll ever do.
Godslayer, good day.
Yeah, try again. Yeah. But Void is like a solid 10 to 15% more damage than the next best option. Next best option will be trap and mine damage. I'm pretty sure trap and mine damage is like practically the best. But even if it wasn't, I don't know, man. It depends. It depends on a lot of things. The biggest one being mana requirements. Mana requirements in a private league. I'm not going to have Helm enchants, anything like that. Like reserving more mana for any reason feels like it could be a problem. Does Awakened Pens work? I wasn't aware that Awakened Pen worked. And I'd be looking at that without, obviously I don't know anything much about the build yet, right? Because I haven't played it, but like, is Void really worth more than woke adding chaos? Void gives you the +1. So does woke added chaos. It also gives you the +1. But also a buttload of flat and doesn't require you to put Infernal Legion with your skitterbot. Oh, whoops. There's Gem. Either way, this won't be private league. There's no like plan when you start private league or solo self-found. What there is like 9 different plans, and you just work with whatever you can get access to. Like that's just if I don't get the woke gem, then you don't get the woke gem. And if you don't get a helm enchant to help you with the mana reservation, and you can't find jewels or another way to help you with the mana reservation, then you still don't do it because you wouldn't be able to afford the mana. Just depends on what we get. All elements. It's super nice. Yeah, it's not something I'll be getting. It is absolutely the forbidden jewel that I would be using though, were I able to just buy them. Softcore, I'd be pretty tempted in Trade League. I'd be pretty tempted to just go Trickster, actually. And Forbidden Flesh, the regen ignite shock node from Sab. That would be pretty tempting. Very surprisingly, and less tanky as well. Should be more tanky when done correctly. It will be less damage, but it should be more tanky. I mean, the only defensive node is Heartstopper. I don't even like Heartstopper. I don't think that's a good node at all. defensive node is down and to the right. You wear a saddest garb for your chest. You get the 20% and suppress restarts your energy shield. You go either heavy hybrid where you've got like 3 or 4k energy shield, or just straight CI.
Catch my breath.
And you get the notable on the tree that says you can your energy shield recharge cannot be interrupted if it started recently. Is it life stacking? Oh, it wouldn't be. But life stacking is way the fuck harder and more expensive. They're not in competition with each other. Life stacking is definitely the best version. It's also way harder to get. But it is for sure the best version. This is the version I'd want to be playing if I got to pick any version in the world. Life stacking is the one I'm going to do. So much extra damage. Oh. Whoops. I have started mapping with 2.6k life. It's acceptable to die. That'll do. Now you're supposed to go through there, but this is actually the big thing for the private league is I don't know how the fuck I'm going to spec my tree. To be clear, Void, 10 million DPS is enough. Even 6 is doable. What nodes do I need? I mean, I want to take essences. I'm a miner. I can prelay and I can annihilate. So essences is definitely the play. And I'm gonna take bossing nodes. But what other mechanic am I going to spec into? There's more points than that. I don't want to do harvest. I did that last time. Slows me down too much. I want to be farming boss maps. So it has to be quicker things. Unless the correct answer is nothing. And that you take every duplicate node that you can get your hands on after you do essences and boss maps. Yeah, but I'm not solo self-found, I'm group self-found. So I can supply a buttload of essences. That's great. But bosses is the like job. Yeah, Rog's pretty good. Rog's fucking great early and in trade leagues, but in private leagues especially. But like the goal is farm as many bosses as possible and also carry every person who needs its stones so that we all get 4 watch stones. That's the goal. And with that goal in mind, I think I just grab halve it. I grab my essences, my bosses, and I just duplicate as many maps as possible. Maybe it might be worth putting like a few points into Smuggler's Stash there and this one for revealed blueprints for our heist enjoyers, because that's pretty low investment, right? Because we're talking like, instead of pathing here, here, and here, because I'd go this way to get that for my essences anyway, I go through here, which is those 2 don't count. So it's 2 points here. And then we get there's 2 extra points and we get a total of 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21% chance. Just there. And then just grab the blueprint nodes and the chance to fully reveal. And I don't even really have to spec into anything else. I'll just be providing a lot more blueprints and a lot of fully revealed blueprints. I could do that, but I don't wanna. I don't need him. I mean, I could. At least he'd rock up and give me haste. I guess it all depends on the sign-up sheet and how many people are doing expedition. Like if we've got 7 or 8 people doing expedition already, fuck expedition. I don't need to be doing that as well. And I do not want to run logbooks at all. I could run expeditions in maps. I got no interest in running logbooks. I don't like them. I don't think you can have enough people doing expeditions. I mean, we had like 20 something people in our private league this league, and we had so many leftover logbooks that nobody was running. That means too many people were getting expeditions, because if you don't have people running the logbooks, then expeditions are worthless. Like, you really don't get that much out of maps. You get a lot out of running the actual logbooks. and lax assuming like the other builds. Mines generally, most of the time, can't even do legions. Hexblast is an exception. You can do legions. How shit is that new card? Who paid for that? Right? It's so, I'm so confused.
That was fun.
Somebody paid money for that. It might make sense if we were getting an influence extractor. Yep. For that card to have any effect, it needs to be common as fuck. Like, I need to be turning it in 2 or 3 times a day for a chance to eventually find something worth having. Mines of this is Pyroclast mine, which if you go Hexblast mines, this is how you start. Like this is how you go until you've got the curse applications you need to do Hexblast properly.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Denarius, thank you for the 13-month resub. Mines without the ring. The ring is not required for mines, it's required for Hexblast to feel good. You can do mines, just not Hexblast mines, which is why we're on Pyroclast, because that's what I'm gonna have to practice. Because that's the early game, the one I can play without items. What's better, Hexblast or Icicle Mines? Never played Icicle Mines in my life. Also, better's a weird question. Better in what context?
Catch my breath.
We go since getting the desert. And carry Texas to Reds. I'm more worried about the ring than the curse on hit. The curse on hit will be easy. The ring is a little more questionable. No, blasphemy is not fine. Level 20 blasphemy is kind of usable. The life stacker gets away with it because they're wearing the blunderbore. A level 3 blasphemy with a low level curse without any area stacking is not really okay. The curse is about this big when you get it. About here. About here. About there. And by the time you get to maps, it's about here. Which means you've got to be pretty fucking close. The time by the time you get to maps is like, it's manageable, but like, why put yourself through that when Pyroclast is already this good? Why put yourself through that when Pyroclast is already this good? You can just keep running Pyroclast until you get the real ring. I need two things to be hexblast on day one. Either myself or somebody. What the fuck is that? Nice belt. Either myself or somebody else finding a curse on hit ring, or dread arch or corrupted gloves, and either myself or somebody else who doesn't also need it to find a profane proxy. As soon as I get both of those things, I'll just be hexblast. Such a belt. You've convinced me to play pirate class mines. Well, wait for the patch notes. Hexblast could get murdered and then I have to pick something else. Hexblast doesn't require much in terms of items, does it? No. Not much. I will almost certainly be, by the end of day 2, I'm pretty confident by the end of day 2 I'll be Hexblast. There's an, I estimate, 50-50 chance that I'm Hexblast on day 1 in a private league. It does require some things, but not incredibly rare things.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Rerolling SRS on day 7 again? No. I hope not.
Why can't you get painkillers in the jungle? Because parrots eat 'em all.
Oh, that's so bad. That's so bad it looped all the way around to good again. Aha. I kind of like it. I don't get it. Parrots eat them all, or paracetamol. I guess that joke doesn't work in the US. Why would it not work in the US? They have paracetamol. Really fucking weak paracetamol, but they got some. Yeah, but they don't call it that. I mean, we don't call it that either. We call it Panadol most of the time, but it's just a brand name. The drug is paracetamol. Right? It got deeper than it needed to be. That's what she said. We call it acetaminophen. Is acetaminophen paracetamol? Are they the same drug? I've heard acetaminophen a lot in like US shows and whatnot. I didn't realize acetaminophen was paracetamol at all.
Hail, God.
Another stream where you trying to watch a game and end up talking about cereal soup, dicks, and drugs. I mean... Also, it wasn't cereal soup. If I remembered the name cereal, I wouldn't have called it breakfast soup. Just couldn't remember the name cereal.
Accidentally took my cat's medicine yesterday. Don't ask me how.
I like that too.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Kinda do wish I had the 2 extra frenzy charges from Trickster though. Just more move speed, more attack speed. The shield charge, more crap throwing speed. Like, I'm pretty sure Sab's the play, at least for this, but good try, buddy. Can you stop hiding behind this little pillar, bud? Thanks. Once upon a time, that ring used to be in every single build ever. Pretty much. Sybil's Lament. Every build ran a Sybil's Lament. Probably not literally every build, but somewhere close to like 90%. Reflect is now only a map mod. They used to be just random rares that just had 100% reflect on them. So you'd just be blasting through a map that wasn't reflect and off screen 100% of the damage onto yourself and just fucking dead instant. Just 100% reflect just on a rare. So every build ran a Sybil's Lament. You had to be reflect immune. Just had to be. If you weren't reflect immune, you would just die. It was on some Bloodline mobs. That's right, it was also on blue packs. That's rough. Just insta-dead. Just insta-dead. There's no room to react when you hit those. None at all.
Stay vigilant.
Godslayer.
I'm down to the depths. Make the bastard walk the plank with a bottle of rum and a yo-ho-ho.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
It just can't be migrated to the base game because last event was a void league. You can never log back into that character again. It is void. It does not merge. We started an RF Chieftain. It was really fun. I really enjoyed my RF Chieftain, to be honest. Definitely, if I was ever going to do it again, I would intend to respec into Jug eventually. But the starter's Chieftain is so good. It's so good. Maybe try and ask mines. Looks pretty good. I have not. But you're like the fourth person today to ask about icicle mines. Is somebody else somewhere doing icicle mines and making it look good? So it feels like somebody must be with the amount of questions I'm getting about icicle mines. Probably do Sanctum.
Hail, Godslayer.
I'd heard about exsanguinate mines this league, not icicle. I mean, I was trying to make exsanguinate mines or traps work as poison, and I couldn't. Couldn't make it good enough to be worth playing anyway. White wind? Even without RF, that's still 2.5. Why does it look so good? Not even taking the pen node. Boom, boom. Looking pet blood, eh? Pet blood hybrid. Is that kind of low? I mean, look, this is literally like day one gear. Like it's all trash. There's not even flasks. It doesn't look bad, eh? Not only that, I don't know if you've got leveling. If it were me, I'd be like, all right, I'm Stormbrand leveling. I'd be like, right, here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points that I have to respec. Five points you have to respec and your brand leveling, which I know brands are pretty trash generally in the end game, but they're real nice to level with. Leveling with brands, smooth. And if you're already pathing here, I'll level with brands all day. That's fine. This is definitely a very starter weapon too. It's not actually like fantastic. You can get a better weapon than that pretty easily. That is a very starter weapon. Although it's not bad. Like it's not horrible. Because of the like increased cold and suppress that happens, so that you don't have to use a shield. It's not horrible, but it's definitely just a starter weapon. That is better than I thought it would be. But I'm already sold on this one. The fuck are you? Oh, that one, right. Oh. At some point I'll have to get up to like 3.5k life.
Godslayer, good day.
Assume you map with chain in. I would also assume you map with chain in. That being said, with Minefield, you do get like 5 casts instead of 1 cast, so maybe you don't need it, but
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
In that proper day one setup with still like 3 million DPS, you can put chain in and map and it'll be fine. Right, like that's enough excess DPS that you could just put chain in. That'd be fine. Day one shit. If I wasn't already decided on this, I'd give that some test runs. That actually doesn't look bad at all.
What does a burnt pizza, a pregnant woman and a frozen beer have in common? Someone forgot to pull out in time.
Meh. Hey. Stand still. Silly mob. Usually the difference between chain and not chain is if you chain, you throw a set of mines and it kills that pack that you threw it at and 2 more packs. And if you don't chain, it kills the pack you threw it at. Just, you're always going to map with chain in. You're always going to map with chain in. Always. But, like I said, that was trash day 1 gear. And it had like 3 mil. Okay. We'll put chain in, it'll have 2 mil. For clear. On trash day 1 gear. That's fine. No problem.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
trash. Okay, so my biggest issue is there's no more life nodes for me to take. I mean, there's these two, but... I mean, there's also that one, which is life and suppress, which is actually part of the build. So I guess there's like 3 more total. I'm level 73. I guess there's also 2 more on medium clusters, which is going to put me around the 3. Those altogether is going to be around somewhere between 3.5 and 4 is like the goal for that, unless you're doing the life stacking thing. It should feel fine at that point. What I do like is taking this first. That was nice. I literally don't need this damage, and you give me a 5 link. I've already got a 5 link for damage. I'll get all of that damage from Uber. I mean, I'm already at 2.8. I got that life node, and that life node. That'll put me at about 3.1 to 3.2-ish. There's 30 life here, 40 life there. This has got good. 40 life there. 29 here, which is the worst. Because if it was 0, then you could use the life mastery. 30 life on that. 60 there. 0 on that. And 26 on this. So I think you could get to 4K. I think you could get to 4K. But at least 3.5. I'll also probably feel fine with 3.5, to be honest. 3.5 and suppressed cap and 10% regen going on. I think it'll be
Get
fine.
your magic find characters ready.
"21 months, Balor finally back in the trunk. We gonna ship ourselves to 3.21. Wait, what?"
Nice. Dreadful. Over the 21 months. So you definitely want a 5 link so that you can get crit strikes. Because I have a pretty good amount of multi right now. But I have like 50% crit. 50% crit with like 325% multi right now. You definitely want that crit strikes support as quick as you can. Also, a diamond flask would be good. Don't need 2 life flasks.
just need a moment to catch my breath.
Clue me what to do. Need several hundred energy shield to be able to put on a blessing too. But that should also be pretty easy to do. Zealotry? Yeah. Yep. Zealotry will be the blessing aura. It'll work with Astral Projector. I mean, yes, but I would plan to be hexblast by then and then you don't need it. Is hexblast already auto targets away from you? Pretty happy with that. All pretty solid for a 4-link. I guess I need to do some timed runs and actually get like better. But for now, we call that a day. What have I got? 2 more days. We got 2 more days where we're just going to be running like very short casual streams, 5 or 6 hours. 2 more days. I'm calling these this is the equivalent of a day off, by the way. These are basically rest days where you only stream for 5 or 6 hours. That's a day off. This is like my relax week till we get announcements, and then it's fucking, it's on. Looks pretty good, to be honest. Yeah, in that current year, in a 4-link, I'm pretty happy with how that performs. And I've already tested hexblast at its like initial change, and it's even better than this. So I'm pretty happy with it. I just got to get quicker now. That's all. Just get quicker now.
Let's see who's on. I will see everybody tomorrow. Goodbye.